And they're off. Let's Say This broke a little slowly. JMR Turek out well. Fajardo looking for position on the inside. Deep on the course is Katrin. Then we have Blasito stalking 3 lengths off the pace. Whisper Me a Song is 5th, and it's a gap of 4 to Let's Say This. They begin to string themselves out now. Fajardo has taken the lead, a length and a half better than JMR Turek. A gap of 2 back to Katrin in 3rd. Whisper Me a Song ahead better than Blasito, and still at the back, Let's Say This. The opening quarter was 22-1. They go into the far turn, 3 furlongs to race, and it is Fajardo now being taken on again by JMR Turek. Katrin at 45-1 is 3 lengths off the lead. Whisper Me a Song 4th. At the back, Blasito and Let's Say This. Just over a quarter a mile to go. The half was 45-3. They swing for the drive, and it is Fajardo and JMR Turek head and head at the top of the lane. Whisper Me a Song down the far outside. Katrin along the inside. Not doing anything from the back. Blasito and Let's Say This. JMR Turek has taken the lead with less than a furlong to go. It is JMR Turek and Amanda Vandermeersch. Whisper Me a Song trying to rally, but JMR Turek going to pull off a 10-1 upset to open up the day. 3 lengths to better than Whisper Me a Song. A photo for third between Fajardo and Blasito. 1:11-3. All in line. And they're off. Good start. Naval Officer showing speed with Royal Biz along the rail. Also showing up is Lil Green Machine from the middle, and Soup Spoon taking back now is Bound Lucky. Gunzig Stinger is wide on the track, and the early trailer, Sea by the Sea. Down the backstretch and into the far turn they go, clustered pace. Soup Spoon ahead better than Royal Biz with Lil Green Machine right down there next from the 3-path. It's a gap of 3 more to Naval Officer, Gunzig Stinger, then Bound Lucky, and Sea by the Sea continues to trail. Opening quarter, 22 flat, and it is now Soup Spoon being hounded by Lil Green Machine as Royal Biz begins to back away. Getting going from the outside, Gunzig Stinger is passing Naval Officer, still at the back, Bound Lucky, and Sea by the Sea. Down the stretch they come, and Soup Spoon has opened up 2 lengths on Lil Green Machine. It is Soup Spoon and Leo Salas extending the margin, rallying from the back, Bound Lucky, but they're not going to get to Soup Spoon. Soup Spoon wins wrapped up. Bound Lucky in for second, then Sea by the Sea and Gunzig Stinger, 58-2. And they're off. Cryptic Creed out a little slowly. Hiatus showing speed from the inside. The Newfie Express and Kodiak Mamba both look for position from the outside draws. Mid-pack Thelonious. Crumlin Experience going to save ground with Cryptic Creed, and the early trailer will be Unilateral. Leading the charge into the clubhouse turn, it is Hiatus, racing a length and a half better than Kodiak Mamba, who's on the inside of the Newfie Express. Another 1.5 back to Thelonious, who's racing in 4th. 3 lengths better than Cryptic Creed 5th. Crumlin Experience 6th. And on the outside now, it's Unilateral still at the back. The opening quarter, 24-1, Hiatus leads the way into the backstretch, just over 5 furlongs to go. Second on the outside, the Newfie Express, Kodiak Mamba third, 1.5 more to Thelonious, who's in fourth. It's a gap of 5 to Cryptic Creed. Unilateral has now passed Crumlin Experience. The half was 47-2. Down the backstretch and into the far turn they go. Hiatus has led all the way at 3-5. Thelonious is angled to the outside. He's moving well, passing Kodiak Mamba and the Newfie Express. Unilateral under a ride. Now Crumlin Experience begins to muster momentum, passing Cryptic Creed. Hiatus, though, has opened up 3 lengths, 3/4, 1:11-2. Thelonious second. Kodiak Mamba third. Picking off rivals with every step is Crumlin Experience. They swing for the drive. It's Hiatus, still looking strong. Thelonious trying to hold second from Crumlin Experience. Down the stretch they come. Hiatus looks like he has an insurmountable margin here. He's up by 8. It is Hiatus going on gate to wire. Crumlin Experience into second, but he has a lot of running to make up on Hiatus, and he's not going to come anywhere close. Hiatus much the best under Sofia Vives. Crumlin Experience second, then Thelonious and Unilateral 143-4. They're all in line. And they're off. I Got It Good broke sharply. Forest Choice showing speed from the far outside. Tangerine Twist along the rail. It's a gap of 3 to Miss Schiller, Unable. Then at the back, Only Believe and What's Wrong With You. Forest Choice sprinted out to a length and 3/4 lead. I Got It Good second on the outside of Tangerine Twist. Miss Schiller fourth, about 3 lengths off the leaders. Then we have Unable racing on the outside of What's Wrong With You. Only Believe trails the field. 22-4 for the quarter. It is Forest Choice, a neck better than I Got It Good. Gap of 2 more to Tangerine Twist. Miss Schiller gaining ground on the outside. Here comes Unable to launch her rally as they swing for the drive. Forest Choice still with a short lead over I Got It Good. Plenty of room up the rail for Tangerine Twist. Unable tries to get going down the far outside. It is Forest Choice looking to go gate to wire. I Got It Good right there. Forest Choice. I Got It Good. I Got It Good sticks the head in front. Forest Choice is trying, but I Got It Good is going better. I Got It Good a length. It's going to be a photo for place between Tangerine Twist and Forest Choice. Then Unable, 58-3. And they're off. Hermione Granger out well from the outside. Tequila's Melody showing up, splitting horses Merida with Honey's Diamond along the rail. 4 going for the early lead. Settling in 5th is Northern Passage, a length better than Zippity Day. Miss Molly Lalou has found the fence. She's racing a length and a half better than the stablemate Secret Sunshine, and then it's a gap of 4 to Manitoulin Island. Down the backstretch they go. It's a duel up front. Merida on the rail. Deep on the track, Hermione Granger and Tequila's Melody splitting them past a quarter in 22-3. Racing in fourth on the inside, Honey's Diamond, Zippity Day in the two-path. Miss Molly Lalou gets going now. Secret Sunshine about to pass Northern Passage, and then 6 more to Manitoulin Island. Midway round the turn, and now Hermione Granger is sprinted clear, 2 lengths better than Merit Amend the half, 45 and 1. Honey's Diamond now pushed along from the rail with Zippity Day, Miss Molly Lalou deep on the track, and Northern Passage out wide. Down the stretch they come. It's Hermione Granger. She's up by 3. Merridaman tries to dig in. Zippity Day is making up ground. Secret Sunshine also has some run. Merridaman getting closer to Hermione Granger now. Secret Sunshine looking to pull off an upset. Merridaman takes the lead. Secret Sunshine surging. Merridaman, Secret Sunshine. Merridaman going to hold on. Merridaman wins, a length better than Secret Sunshine, then Zippity Day. A photo for the Miners, 1:18 and 4. All set. And they're off. Spirit Bell broke well. Spring High out slowly. Heading west showing speed. From the outside is Getting Ahead, and Spirit Bell dueling for the early lead. Third along the rail is Heading West. Deep on the track, Nicole's Song, and now splitting them is Charlotte Silver. It's a length back to My Girl Gabby and Spring High. The 2 grays trade the field. Just over a half mile to race. Getting Ahead has a head in front of Spirit Bell. Charlotte Silver and Heading West are sharing third with Nicole Song wide in fifth. Spring High and My Girl Gabby still at the back. The opening quarter, 22 and 1. Getting Ahead, bet down to 8-5 is a neck better than Spirit Bell. Charlotte Silver is ranging up quickly in the 3-path. Heading West needs racing room from fourth. Nicole's Song is stalling, but to be joined by My Girl Gabby and Spring High still at the back. 45 and 1 for the half. They turn for home, and now Charlotte Silver and Leo Salas have the head in front of Getting Ahead. Heading West tries to rally up the fence. My Girl Gabby has momentum. It is Charlotte Silver and Getting Ahead dueling down the stretch. Getting Ahead is lugging out on Charlotte Silver. These two, Charlotte Silver Getting Ahead down to the wire. Charlotte Silver Getting Ahead. Charlotte Silver narrowly over Getting Ahead. Heading West was third, and then My Girl Gabby won 10 and 4. All in line. And they're off. Good beginning for such a full field. Plenty showing speed. Eyes a Breeze with Loaded Secret. Favorite Channel. Trying to drop to the inside is Makes Sense to Me. Silent Warning is wide in the early stages. Hear Me Knocking on the inside of Turf and Surf. Then at the back we have Ms. Gemma, Smarty Illusion, and Flat Out Angel. Round the clubhouse turn they go. It is Loaded Secret, a neck in front of Eyes a Breeze. A gap of 2 to Favorite Channel, who races in third. Fourth, Makes Sense to Me. On the outside, fifth is Silent Warning. Gaining ground now is Turf and Surf, racing better than Hear Me Knocking. Ms. Gemma, wide on the track, Smarty Illusion, and well back to Flat Out Angel. Opening quarter 23-3, Eyes of Breeze and Loaded Secret still knocking heads on the lead. Turf and Surf has gained ground wide on the course is Favorite Channel. Still saving ground from 5th is Makes Sense to Me. Then we have Silent Warning, Hear Me Knocking, Smarty Illusion, Ms. Gemma, and well back to Flat Out Angel. The half was 47-1. Loaded Secret still has a short lead from Eyes of Breeze and Turf and Surf. Here comes Makes Sense to Me, angling wide to launch her rally past Favorite Channel. Smarty Illusion also moving well, and Ms. Gemma tries to launch a rally. At the head of the lane, it's Loaded Secret, Turf and Surf in the middle. Makes Sense to Me now takes the lead. It is Makes Sense to Me on top. Ms. Gemma with a big rally down the far outside, trying to get to Make Sense to Me, but it is Makes Sense to Me and Jeffrey Alderson cruising home. Makes Sense to Me going to win by 3, geared down. It's a photo for place between Ms. Gemma and Favorite Channel, then another photo between Silent Warning, Smarty Illusion, and Loaded Secret. 126 flat. And they're off. Betka missed the start. Showing speed is Cosmic Shot. Also showing up Miss Lindy Sue, Saged Energy wide on the track. Fourth along the inside is Impossible Birdie, racing on the inside of Lemons and Diamonds. Speedy Nephrite saves ground. Always Rosie is wide. Then we go back a gap of 2 to Pick a Penny, Belle Femme, and it's well back to Betka. Miss Lindy Sue has assumed control past an opening quarter in 22-1. Being pressed on the outside now by Cosmic Shot. Stalking position in 3rd for Impossible Birdie. Gaining ground from 4th is Speedy Nephrite, a length and a half better than Saged Energy, who's being joined by Always Rosie and Lemons and Diamonds. Then we have Pick a Penny, Belle Femme, and Betka still at the back. Quarter of a mile to go. The half was 45-4. It is Miss Lindy Sue looking to lead all the way. Impossible Birdie is second. It's well back to Speedy Nephrite in 3rd. Pick a Penny tries to rally down the inside, but it is still Miss Lindy Sue. Impossible Birdie trying to make a race of it. Pick a Penny is gaining ground with every stride. Still has 4 lengths to make up on Miss Lindy Sue. It's going to be Miss Lindy Sue in front. Pick a Penny rallied to be second, then Impossible Birdie. Belle Femme 4th, and 5th was Lemons and Diamonds. 1-11-4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a beautiful Monday afternoon. It is now fall, but it sure doesn't feel like it. 23 degrees Celsius, like a beautiful summer day here in Fort Erie. Main track is fast and the turf is firm with the rail out 12 feet. Have a bit of a wind coming from the southwest at about 6 miles per hour, 28 minutes to post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on at the track, live streaming of the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow, Tuesday the 3rd at 1 o'clock. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern is taking place on October 9th at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Fan Appreciation Day will be taking place on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more to celebrate the end of the 2023 live racing season. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks. It's located near the walking ring. Book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The Homestretch Bar and the Tiki Barbecue are closed for the season, but they will be reopened for Track-A-Lantern Day. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100. Plus, your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 4 and Pick 5 pools are guaranteed at $10,000. The Pick 5s begin in races 1 and 4. Pick 4s begin in races 2 and 5. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in today's 8th and final race. The carryover is $1,968.87. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. No changes in race 1. In race 2, there will be no show and no superfecta wagering. Stewart scratched the number 2, Amazon Forester. Vet scratched the number 4, Mr. D. In race 3, we have an overweight on the number 6, Tickle Her Toe, 3 pounds over at 125. No changes in race 4. No changes in race 5. Race 6 has no changes. In race 7, Vet scratched the number 1, Jara, and an overweight on the number 2, Sneaky Rebel. The rider will be 3 pounds over at 123. In race 8, there's a rider change on the number 4, Crumlin Bird. Make the rider Sofia Vivez correct the weight to 115 pounds with a single bug. Stewart scratched the number 7, Jill. So we are into our fall racing schedule here at Fort Erie for the last few weeks. 1 o'clock post to close out the season. Solid 8-race card coming your way today. Some nice turf races later on. Let's take a look at our selections. Race 1 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Field of 5 to open up the Monday races. Top pick is the 3, Victorious Tappet, who made her Fort Erie debut on August 28th and was second throughout behind Spirit Bell. Spirit Bell went gate to wire on a very speed-favoring track that day, has since come back to win again, so that's a pretty good effort for Victorious Tappet. She should appreciate the stretch out to 1 mile and 70 yards here, so we're going to give her a shot today. Hall of Fame trainer Josie Carroll sends down a runner, the number 5, Beautiful As You. Apprentice Deshaun Bino will ride. Beautiful As You. It's not shown a ton in 3 starts against maiden special weight company at Woodbine. Gets much easier company here. This homebred for Hillendale Farms. Looking for some easy company without having to be offered for a tag. So this is a very logical option. We'll see how she handles the dirt surface and the stretch out to 2 turns. Going to round things out with the number 1, Perfection Saver. Perfection Saver ran on to be third, a half length behind Victorious Tappet on August 28th. Obviously, we mentioned that track was very speed favoring. The only time she went 2 turns on the dirt was her debut at Indiana Grand last November, and she was beaten only a neck at the maiden special weight level there. Race 2 is a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. We're scratched down to a field of 4, so there will be no show and no superfecta wagering in race 2. I'm going to give the nod to the number 6, Kinzall, coming down from Woodbine for trainer Saul McHugh. Rachel Slavinsky will ride this one. Kinzall's best race to date was a route race where he was on the lead, got a little tired at the end, finished third. They're putting the blinkers back on Kinzall here, shortening up to 6 furlongs, but there's not much speed here. If he is sent from the outside, he should be able to make the front and keep going. Worked in 36-3 over the dirt training track at Woodbine last week, or a couple weeks ago. Number 5, Opeachy, finished third when claimed for $6,000 on August 22nd, and was a distant third against Maiden Special Weight Company before a mid-pack effort on September 25th. He drops in for the $7,000 tag here and should be much more competitive. The number 1, Ngabe, ran on to be fourth for $4,000 on the dirt 2 starts ago, then finished mid-pack on the turf last time. Looks like he could run on for the 3rd spot in this short field. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. It's a 5-furlong sprint for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. I think the obvious horse to beat here is the number 1, Devil in Her Heart. Devil in Her Heart had a nice pace to run at when winning a 62.50 non-2 on September 12th. Came back 6 days later in the mud, was more forwardly placed and was second best behind One Last Fling. Gets back to a fast track today. If there's enough pace for her to run at, Devil in Her Heart should be storming down the stretch. Second choice is the 5, JMR Bold Vision. JMR Bold Vision has had a few okay dirt efforts here at Fort Erie before. Showed speed at Woodbine last time, 7,000, spit the bit in the stretch. Hopefully the easier company here could carry her speed a little further. And the number 6, Tickle Her Toe. Ran on to be 4th in the mud in the same race that Devil in Her Heart exits. Only time over fast dirt, she was 3rd behind Glitter Bay, who is a better runner than most of these. That was a non-winners of 3 allowance back in June. Tickle Her Toe over a fast track is a wake-up prospect. We're on the turf for race 4. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. $5,000 down to $4,750 is the claiming price. Going to go about 7 furlongs. There's an obvious standout here, the number 7, Good Soldier, just getting major class relief. He's been racing against mid-level claimers at Woodbine, 15,000, 25, 40,000. He's had a lot of wide trips, which have done him no favors, but he really just hasn't been particularly competitive against the Woodbine company. So with this plunge in for $5,000, Good Soldier should be tough for the good combo of Leo Salez and Sharon Chicado. Number 4, Chicago Freddy, might like to stretch out to the about 7 furlongs. He has the speed to make the lead going 5 furlongs. He exits a win maiden 4,000 going 5.5 on the dirt. Stretching out to the about 7 furlongs around 2 turns, he could get loose on the lead and take them quite a ways. Amanda Vandermeer will ride for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg. Then the number 1, Unbridled Inferno, cross out his last race on the dirt. Don't count it against him. His turf form before that is pretty decent. Draws a good post. Juan Crawford should be able to work out a good trip for this Paula Loescher trainee. Race 5 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance, $5,000 down to $4,750 the claiming price. My top pick is the 5, Shelley the Rocket, who is second best behind Jara in a 62.50 on September 19th. Drops back in for 5. She's been very consistent this year. Since being claimed by the Sims barn, she's had a win, 3 seconds, and a 4th. Before that, she was an easy winner the day she was claimed. So we know Shelley the Rocket likes this surface. Should be tough here. The number 2, Natasha's Business. Troubled trip 3 starts ago. Came back with an easy win against 62.53 Lifes. Then came back at this level. Was sent off as the favorite over a muddy track and kept on pretty well to be 4th. Should be happy to get back to a fast track today. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Sharon Chicado. Then the number 4, Fancy Soul. Gets a little bit of a cutback in distance. She's been going 6.5 most of the time, now shortens up to 6. She's been on the fringes in her last few starts. She won for $8,000 back in June over a sloppy track. At the $5,000 level, a little bit of a shorter distance, maybe could be a bit more effective. Sofia Vives will ride for Richard Davis. Race 6 is a pretty nice race. It's a starter optional claimer. $5,000, started for $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a price of $10,000. Going a mile over the turf course. Pretty competitive field of 7. I'm going with the number 1, Dots Vision, who loves the Fort Erie turf. He went up to Woodbine for a sprint on September 23rd. Failed to threaten in the end. Guildsman, Master Spy, that's a tough group of horses. He gets back out to 2 turns, draws a good post. Dots Vision could turn things back around. Number 2, Dr. Uptown. Another one who loves the Fort Erie turf course. 10 top 3 finishes and 12 starts over this course. Came flying to be second by a head behind Jack the Cat on Prince of Wales Day. And should just put in another respectable performance. Also got to give a look to the number 5, Jack the Cat. He won against Dr. Uptown. Was claimed that day. Went up to Woodbine for trainer Robert Warner in the same race that Dots Vision exits, and ran on to be a good 3rd that day. Good race at Woodbine always bodes well for a Fort Erie runner. Jack the Cat, Leo Salas. Definitely a contender. Race 7 is a claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. No conditions. Going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. My top pick is my own horse, the 6, Cozy Valentine. She's won 2 in a row for trainer Tony Adamo. Now I've got her. Dropping in for $8,000. She's in good form. Should put in another good performance here. I think the horse to beat is the 4, Can't Beat the Cats. She ran a gritty race in the Horse People's Luminary Cup. Just could not hold off Sheba Town and Gimbala. She's got a lot of speed and looks like she could get loose and keep going. Then the number 5, More Savvy, went up to Woodbine, had a good trip and was able to prove best in the final furlong to win a $7,500 race there. She does well over the Fort Erie dirt. In this 6-horse field, she could be a player. Last race of the day, race 8 is a starter optional claimer. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have started for $10,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a price of $12,500. It's a 5 furlong sprint. Big scratch of the number 7, Jill, who figured to be a heavy favorite. I'm going to give a nod to a bit of a long shot, the number 6, Sparkle Sammy, Kirk Johnson riding for Ken Albu. Sparkle Sammy has knocked on the door in both of her starts since coming to Fort Erie, just missed by a head last time in a blanket finish. She's a back classy horse and might be able to turn the tides on her company today. Number 9, Brienne of Tarth, is just so good right now. She's won 3 out of her last 4. The one she lost was an allowance race against the boys, going 7 furlongs. Nicolau Wilberforce came back to be 1-2 in the Puss in Boots. You cannot knock the way Brienne of Tarth is running. I think she should be the post-time favorite. Then the number 4, Crumlin Bird, got loose on the lead and just drew clear to win a $4,000 claimer on September 25th. Was claimed that day, now comes back in this 5 furlong sprint. She's won going 5 furlongs. We're just going to have to see if she can do it at this level of competition. Some good betting opportunities coming your way today at Fort Erie Racetrack. First post is in 15 minutes. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We kick things off here with a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upwards, set to go a mile and 70 yards on the main track. And while it's a compact field, it's pretty competitive. We have a couple local horses maybe stretching back out in distance, a couple horses coming in from Woodbine trying the dirt for the first time. That's the direction that I went with. I went to the outside, the number 5, Beautiful As You, is my top pick. This one trained by Josie Carroll. She really hasn't shown too much in her first 3 career starts, but this is some class relief. Yes, it's made at special weight level, but a lot different than she's faced up at Woodbine. And I think the big thing is trying the dirt. She's out of a mare who actually, when you go down and look at her races, an AP Indy mare by the name of Serenading, she capped her career off with a Grade 2 victory on the dirt. She was very successful. Makes this one a half to Seattle Serenade, who's a 5-time winner, and actually all of those wins were in stakes races. So just really curious to see what this can do on the surface switch. And the barn does well moving horses, say, from the turf to the dirt, striking at about 20%. So Beautiful As You on top for me. I do think the number 1, Perfection Saver, we're going to see an improved performance when you look at her races. Her best race was on debut, and that was at Horseshoe Indy. She was going a mile, was pretty close to a slow pace, and was able to finish second. I think looking at her 2 efforts here, she did better around 2 turns. It was on the turf, but I thought in terms of trip, it worked out nicely for her. And I do think last time out, while she did face one of her rivals that she'll have to face again, the top 2, they went around the racetrack 1-2. And I just felt like she was at a disadvantage in that race and really should just appreciate this added distance from that 6.5 furlong event to a mile and 70 yards. And then finally, rounding out my top 3 is the number 3, Victorious Tappet. This is one of 2 for trainer John Sims in the field. Second best last time out behind Spirit Bell, exiting that same race as Perfection Saver. It was her first start since late June. I think she's eligible to improve here now, second off the layoff, as well as on that stretch out in distance. But for me, the outside, the number 5, Beautiful As You, ends up being my top pick. Good luck here in the opener.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. It's a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling 1 mile and 70 yards. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Post parade, number 1 is Perfection Saver. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 2, Jimmy is a Breeze. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer John Sims and owner Hopefield Farm. Also from the barn of John Sims is the 3, Victorious Tappet. Jeffrey Alderson pilots for owner Ivan Delos. Radcliffe Racing Stable own the 4, Michaela. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Barrington Sidhu. Completing the field, number 5 is Beautiful As You. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Josie Carroll and owners Hillendale Equine Holdings and Glen Secura. 5 minutes to post for race 1. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 begins here. Starting gate moving into position. 2 minutes to post for race 1. Field for race 1 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 9-5 favorite is the Woodbine Invader. Beautiful as You. Co-favorite is the 3 Victorious Tappet. 3-1 on the number 4 Michaela. First to go up will be Perfection Saver and Melanie Pinto. Jimmy is a Breeze, reluctant to come towards the gate. Now comes up under Brandon Boulanger. Jimmy is a Breeze goes in. Victorious Tappet also well back from the gate. They're loading Michaela now with Amanda Vandermeersch. Beautiful as You with Deshaun Bino to the outside. We're just waiting on Victorious Tappet, who is still about 50 yards back from the gate. And now Victorious Tappet and Jeffrey Alderson are coming up to the gate. Steps in and we are all in line. And they're off. Michaela broke a little slowly. Beautiful as You is showing up from the outside. Jimmy is a Breeze also showing speed. Victorious Tappet between them. Perfection Saver is saving ground, and at the back is Michaela. Into the clubhouse turn they go. It is Jimmy is a Breeze setting the pace. She's a length and a half clear of stablemate Victorious Tappet, who saves ground. Beautiful as You back to third in the 2-path, and another length to Perfection Saver, and Michaela continues to trail. The field is spread out by just 5.5 lengths. The opening quarter was 23-2, and it is Jimmy is a Breeze leading the way into the backstretch. Jimmy is a Breeze sets the pace over stablemate Victorious Tappet. They've opened up 3 on Beautiful as You. Perfection Saver advancing along the rail with Michaela still trailing on the outside. Jimmy is a Breeze continues to saunter along on the lead, just over a half mile to race. She's a length and a half clear of Victorious Tappet. Perfection Saver is gaining ground past a half in 46-4. Beautiful as You needs to do better. Michaela still trails as they race into the far turn. Just over 3 furlongs to go, and now Victorious Tappet sweeps right by Jimmy is a Breeze. Perfection Saver is third, 2 lengths off the leaders, a gap of 3 more to Beautiful as You, who's under a drive. Michaela still at the back. Quarter of a mile to go. It is Victorious Tappet and Jeffrey Alderson leading the way. Perfection Saver. Melanie Pinto now says go. She swings to the 3-path, 3/4, 1:11-4. Victorious Tappet has the lead. Perfection Saver tries to come down the outside, but Victorious Tappet still has a 2-length advantage. She's wandering out a little bit, but she's getting away from them in the final 1/8 of a mile. It is Victorious Tappet and Jeffrey Alderson going on to a 2-length score. Perfection Saver second. Then Jimmy is a Breeze and Beautiful as You. Michaela at the back. 1:42-2. Unofficial in the opener, the winner is number 3, Victorious Tappet. Second is the 1, Perfection Saver. Third, number 2, Jimmy is a Breeze. And fourth, number 5, Beautiful as You. Unofficial race 1 order, 3-1-2-5. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 3, Victorious Tappet. Victorious Tappet is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Tappet out of Victorious Amy, bred in Kentucky by Tall Oaks Farm and the Tappet Syndicate. Ridden to victory today by Jeffrey Alderson, Victorious Tappet is trained by John Sims for Ivan Delos. She breaks the maiden in attempt number 5, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in a time of 1:42 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is official. Prices are up. Victorious Tappet, 810, 380, 280. Number 1, Perfection Saver, second, 310, 230. Third is the 2, Jimmy is a Breeze, 270 to show. $2 exacta, 3-1, $21 even. The $1 try, 3-1-2, $20, 45 cents. $1 super, 3-1-2-5, 57.75. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Changes for race 2, Stewart scratched the number 2, Amazon Forester. Fett scratched the number 4, Mr. D. 17 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few late overweights being announced for the first time. Here in race 2, the number 5, Peachy, will be 3 pounds over at 123. Turn forward to race 3, the number 4, Honey Girl, 3 pounds over at 123. In race 6, the number 2, Dr. Uptown, 3 pounds over at 123. And in race 8, the number 2, Hasn't Hit Me Yet, will be 1 pound over at 123. Field is making their way on track for today's second race. It's a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs. Claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 2 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, double, or no super, sorry, double, 20-cent pick 3, 20-cent pick 4 wagering pool is guaranteed at $10,000. No show, no superfecta wagering in race 2. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Ingabe. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Anthony Husbands and owner Jakara Farms. Scratch the 2, number 3 is Mighty Pele. Jeffrey Alderson pilots for owner trainer Dale Powell. Scratch the 4, number 5, Opeachy. Chris Husbands rides. Sharon Chicotto trains and owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. Completing the field, number 6 is Kinzall. The riders Rachel Slavinsky, Saul McHugh trains. The owners Robin Broman and Maureen Hewitt top. 1 minute to post for race 2. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4 begins here. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your early pick 4 wagers in. Race 2 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 5, Opeachy. 8 to 5 on the number 6, Kinzall. 7 to 2 on the 3, Mighty Pele. Short field of 4 to kick off the early pick 4 today. Ngabe and Melanie Pinto will be the first to come up. Mighty Pele, Jeffrey Alderson looking for both ends of the early double. Opeachy and Chris Husbands at 4 to 5. Blinkers on Kinzall, making his Fort Erie debut under Rachel Slavinsky. Opeachy goes up, not quite. Now Opeachy goes in. Last up will be Kinzall. They're all in line. And they're off. Opeachy out well with Mighty Pele. Kinzall widest of all. The early trailer is going to be Ngabe. They quickly sort themselves out. This quartet, it's going to be Mighty Pele racing 2 lengths clear. Kinzall and Opeachy share second. They're racing 1.5 clear of Ngabe, who's only 2.5 lengths off of the leader. They race down the backstretch and approach the half-mile pole. Mighty Pele completed the opening quarter in a moderate 23 seconds flat. Into the far turn they go. Mighty Pele continues to lead. Kinzall is ahead better than Opeachy. Kinzall under a ride from second, and Ngabe still at the back under a hold. Midway round the turn, it is Mighty Pele looking to go gate to wire. He's opened up 2.5 lengths with 1/4 mile to go. Now Opeachy begins to get into the race with Kinzall still on the outside. Ngabe trails the half. 46 in 3, they swing for the drive, and it is Mighty Pele on top. Opeachy trying to get closer, not today for Kinzall. Down the stretch they come. Mighty Pele and Jeffrey Alderson still 2.5 lengths clear. Mighty Pele on top. Mighty Pele striding clear. It is Mighty Pele gate to wire. Opeachy second, then Ngabe and Kinzall. 1:11 and 1. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 3, Mighty Pele. Second is the 5, Opeachy. Third, number 1, Ngabe. And fourth is the 6, Kinzall. Unofficial race 2 order, 3-5-1-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 3, Mighty Pele. Mighty Pele is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by English Channel out of Cabriole, bred here in Ontario by Dr. Tan Heika. That's a quick riding double for Jeffrey Alderson. He goes gate to wire with Mighty Pele, owned and trained by Dale Powell. Breaking the maiden in attempt number 17, Mighty Pele completes the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:11 and 1. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. It's official. Mighty Pele, $13.90 to win, $4. Number 5, O-Pee-Chee, $2.30 to place. There's no show wagering in race 2. $2 exacta, 3.5, $38.90. The $1 try, 3.51, $34.95. The $2 double, a pair of threes, return $56.40. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern is taking place on October 9th. It starts at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Changes for race 3. The number 4, Honey Girl, 3 pounds over at 123. Number 6, Tickle Her Toe, 3 pounds over at 125. 17 minutes to post.
Race number 3 is a claiming event here. 4 non-winners of 3 lifetime fillies and mares in for the $5,000 tag at a distance of 5 furlongs. And I think on paper, Roy Agostino's horse, the number 1, Devil in Her Heart, looks extremely tough to beat. Since dropping in from those allowance events, 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime in for a tag locally, she's never finished worse than second this season. We saw last time out, she was second best behind One Last Fling, who I thought for a little bit Devil in Her Heart might be able to get by her, but One Last Fling had something left in reserve in the tank in the stretch, was able to draw clear by 2 lengths. I still think it was a good effort, but prior to that, this filly just picked up her second lifetime win, and it looked pretty easy for her. So I think it's just been about getting her against the right level of competition. Her connections have finally done that, and she's really been able to step up. She draws the inside in here, and to be really tough again at this 5 furlong distance. Now, on paper, I think her main rival is the number 4, Honey Girl. The one knock on Honey Girl, she's 2 for 34 in her career, and you start to look, she's got a lot of minor placings. She hasn't been able to pick up that first victory of 2023, but she's consistent. She's gritty. She almost got the job done 3 starts back at the 6 furlong distance, and her last 2 tries at the 5/8 distance just hasn't been able to put it together. Now, I wonder if 5/8 is maybe a little short for her. She's so afraid at the distance. Feel like maybe going 6 furlongs is a little better for her, even 5.5, but you have to go where your spots are, especially this late in the season. And as I mentioned, she is consistent, a major player here, but it's tough for me to endorse her on top, knowing that she's gone off favorite in her last 3 and hasn't been able to find her way into the winner's circle. And then finally, the number 3, Miss Suedo. She's probably the most intriguing horse in this spot for a couple of reasons. She's lightly raced. We've only seen her twice in 2023. She stepped up in her second start. She's had an off track in both of them, so I'm curious to see what she can do third start off the long layoff over a fast main track. I thought last time out, all in all, she raced pretty well. She was just behind Honey Girl in that effort, and I think the price could be right. She's 12 to 1 on the morning line. I'm not sure we'll get that price come post time, but one to watch. And just looking at the Josh Robillard barn in terms of their runners, they feel like they've picked up some momentum later in the meet, and it's carried through now, and it wouldn't be shocking to see her take another step forward here against this bunch. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Devil in Her Heart. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Number 2, Pennies from Above. The rider is Jeffrey Alderson. Tom Steer trains, owned by Richard Walpole. Number 3, Miss Sidhu. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Josh Robillard, Radcliffe Racing Stable owned. Desmond Maynard owns and trains the number 4, Honey Girl. The rider is Chris Husbands. Number 5 is JMR Bold Vision. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner JMR Racing Incorporated. Completing the field, number 6, Tickle Her Toe. Sunny Singh in the saddle for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. 3 minutes to post for the third. Starting gate has taken position. Not too much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. Race 3 field approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-2 favorite is the number 4, Honey Girl. Second choice at 2-1, the 6, Tickle Her Toe. Also taking support at 5-2 is the number 1, Devil in Her Heart. First to load will be Devil in Her Heart with Alexis Sanchez. Pennies from Above, Jeffrey Alderson, looking for 3 in a row on today's card. Miss Sadu with Brian Shane. 6-5 favorite Honey Girl with Chris Husbands. JMR Bold Vision with Kirk Johnson. Last in will be Tickle Her Toe and Sunny Singh. All set. And they're off. Pennies from Above broke well. Honey Girl also showing speed with JMR Bold Vision. Here comes Devil in Her Heart, looking for position up the rail. At the back early, Tickle Her Toe and Miss Sadu. Down the backstretch they go. It's a duel up front between Devil in Her Heart and Pennies from Above. In the 3-path, Honey Girl wider still, JMR Bold Vision. 2.5 back to Tickle Her Toe and continuing to trail Miss Sadu. The opening quarter was 22-3. It's still a battle up front. Devil in Her Heart on the rail with Pennies from Above in the 2-path. Tickle Her Toe tries to rally up the rail with Honey Girl. JMR Bold Vision begins to back out of it. Miss Sadu continues to trail. They swing for home. The advantage is now Devil in Her Heart. She's opened up 1.5 on Pennies from Above. Tickle Her Toe trying to make a rally. Honey Girl needs to do better at 4-5. Final furlong. It's Devil in Her Heart. She's up by 3. Devil in Her Heart much the best here. It's Devil in Her Heart with Alexis Sanchez. Pennies from Above trying to hold place but not going to. It's Miss Sadu. Pennies from Above third, and then Honey Girl 58-2. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 1, Devil in Her Heart. Second is the 3, Miss Sadu. Third, number 2, Pennies from Above. And fourth, number 4, Honey Girl. Unofficial race 3 order, 1-3-2-4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 1, Devil in Her Heart. She's a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Signature Red out of Executive Star, bred here in Ontario by Sunrise Farm. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez. Devil in Her Heart is trained by Roy Augustino for owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Second win of the season for Devil in Her Heart, her third lifetime win, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. It's official, Devil in Her Heart, 680, 410, 320. 25 to 1 long shot, Miss Sidhu second, 1360 to place, 590 show. Number 2, Pennies from Above third, 610 to show. $2 exacta, 1-3, $95 even. The $1 try, 132, $191.50. $1 super, 1324, $466 even. $2 double, 3-1, $62 even. The $1 pick 3, $148.45. Fort Erie's Fan Appreciation Day is taking place on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more to celebrate the final day of live racing of the season. Race 4 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Well, we're on the turf here in race number 4 at about 7 furlongs. It's a $5,000 claiming event for non-winners of 2 Life, and it's an interesting field. A lot of horses getting back on the turf, or we haven't really seen them on the turf locally, and a couple of shippers, including the number 7 Good Soldier, who now joins the barn of Sharon Chicado after disappointing in those last several starts up at Woodbine. They've tried him on the turf, more recently tried him on the Tapeta. Just hasn't been able to get going, but earlier this year he was able to graduate on the grass at Gulfstream Park. He was forwardly placed, took him gate to wire against 9 other competitors at that $20,000 claiming level, and he was picked up in South Florida by trainers, such as Saffie Joseph Jr., Jen Young, Gustavo Delgado, and has found his way to Canada, where he just hasn't been able to put it together. But obviously this is a big drop in class coming out of those $15,000 claimers, now in for $4,750, and maybe this is just a place to get him on track. Now the barn does well with these new acquisitions, winning at 23%. So I use him on top here. I don't think he's necessarily a lock just because of his inconsistency, but I did use him as my top pick. Now I do find the number 5, Misty's Pride for Ken Albu, to be very interesting. I'm going to disregard her last 2 efforts. I think, obviously, 2 starts back, she got bumped up due to a DQ. Last time out, she finished last, but they're dirt races. I think true and true, he has proved himself to be a turf horse. When you look at those turf efforts this year, he's been really strong. One of them was his graduation score. It was 3 starts back, going 5/8, but even at the 7/8 distance, 4 starts back on July 25th, he was second best to Unbridled Inferno. I still think, looking at that race, he raced very well considering, and at the right price. I think this horse is a huge shot in this spot. And then finally from here, looking at some others, the number 4, Chicago Freddy, has been a fun horse to watch. Always a good horse to get your eyes on in the walking ring. He's a little rambunctious. He acts like a youngster. And looking at him, he's obviously really stepped up in his last 2. He probably needed that first start in the barn back on July 18th. It's at the $8,000 level. They did not waste any time when they brought him back. Kept everything the same in terms of surface and the 5/8 distance on the turf, but they did drop him, and he ended up being second best in there behind Misty's Pride. He did the dirty work on the front end. He was the pace setter and just surrendered in the lane. But last time out, raced very well on the dirt, was able to score in gate to wire fashion, and had enough left at the 5.5 furlong distance. And excited to see him back on the turf. He is going to have to go further though and stretch out in distance, but his turf numbers are a little better than what we saw on the dirt last time out.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course, going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Race 4 post parade, number 1 is Unbridled Inferno. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Canny Ying. Utah Wallace owns the 2 War Doctor. Brandon Boulanger rides. The trainers Gary Chidobiak. Number 3 is Awesome Break. Jeffrey Alderson pilots for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 4, Chicago Freddy. Amanda Vandermeersch in the saddle for trainer Jimmy Goldenberg and owners Princeton Farms, Nelson Ham, and Glenn Bechtal. Six Brothers Stable own the 5, Miss D's Pride. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu. Number 6 is Give Me My Money. Alexis Sanchez, the jockey. Danny Wills trains. The owner, Jeannie Ryan. Completing the field, number 7 is Good Soldier. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato and owners C. Demizio and M. Bayamont. 1 minute to post for race 4. We're on the turf for the first leg of the late pick 5. Field is making their way onto the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 begins here. Race 4 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 8 to 5 choice is the Woodbine Invader, number 7 Good Soldier. 3 to 1 on the Rail Runner, Unbridled Inferno. 7 to 2 on the number 6 Give Me My Money. Set to begin loading for the start of the late pick 5. First up will be the gray Unbridled Inferno with Juan Crawford. War Doctor and Brandon Boulanger. Awesome Break makes his Fort Erie debut. Jeffrey Alderson aboard. Awesome Break goes in. Last out winner Chicago Freddy with Amanda Vandermeersch. Still waiting on Awesome Break. Now Awesome Break steps in. Chicago Freddy. Chicago Freddy steps up. Miss D's Pride and Kirk Johnson. Give Me My Money and Alexis Sanchez. Give Me My Money steps up. Last in will be Good Soldier and Leo Salas. All in line. And they're off. Good Soldier broke a little slowly. Miss D's Pride is showing speed with Chicago Freddy to his inside. It's a stack of 3 next. Unbridled Inferno on the rail. War Doctor between horses and Give Me My Money 3 deep. And as they go into the turn at the back, Awesome Break and Good Soldier. It's a duel up front as they round the clubhouse turn. Chicago Freddy has the head in front of Miss D's Pride. Pocket spot 2 lengths back for War Doctor. It's another 2 back to Give Me My Money, who's racing 3 wide. Good Soldier splitting horses with Unbridled Inferno along the rail. Trailing the field down the backstretch is Awesome Break. The opening quarter was 24-2. Midway down the backstretch, Miss D's Pride now has the narrow advantage from Chicago Freddy, who quickly counterpunches. Good Soldier has gained a lot of ground. He's just a length and a half off the lead. He's on the inside of War Doctor, who's angled to the 3 path. 2 more back to Give Me My Money. Unbridled Inferno continues to save ground, and well back to Awesome Break, who has about 10 lengths to make up on the leader. 48 flat for the half. They have just over a quarter of a mile to go. Chicago Freddy, a narrow advantage over Misty's Pride. Good Soldier just needs racing room. Unbridled Inferno looks like he has plenty of horse and nowhere to go. Here comes Give Me My Money down the far outside. It is Give Me My Money trying to rally up to Misty's Pride and Chicago's Freddy. Good Soldier looking for a path. 3 across the track. Misty's Pride, Give Me My Money. Chicago Freddy, nowhere to go for Good Soldier. Coming down to the wire. 3 in a line. Give Me My Money. Give Me My Money just up. Misty's Pride second, then Chicago Freddy and Good Soldier. 127 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 6, Give Me My Money. Second is the 5, Misty's Pride. Third, number 4, Chicago Freddy. And fourth is the 7, Good Soldier. Unofficial race 4 order, 6-5-4-7. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 6, Give Me My Money. Give Me My Money is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Super Speedy out of I'm a Kitty Hawk. Bred here in Ontario by Robert Crean, Give Me My Money. That is a race-to-race double for apprentice Alexis Sanchez. Give Me My Money is trained by Danny Wills for owner Jeannie Ryan. Completes the about 7 furlong distance over the turf course in a time of 1:27 flat. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Give me my money. 1630, 720, 480. Number 5, Miss D's Pride, second, 1110, 470. Third is the 4, Chicago Freddy, 550 to show. $2 exacta, 6.5, $143.60. $1 try, 654, $371.30. $1 super, 6547, $671.75. $2 double, 16, 41.90. And the $1 pick 3, $143.10. On screen now, the win photo for race 4. Racing will resume tomorrow. First post will be 1 o'clock. Race 5 is coming your way in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
We get set here for the late pick 4 in race number 5, a 6 furlong event on the main track. 4 fillies and mares, $5,000 claimers that have not won a race in 2023 or 4 in their career. And looking at the group, I think in terms of consistency, recent form, the number 5, Shelley the Rocket, arguably should go off favored in this spot. This one trained by John Sims, Jeff Alderson in the irons. She's done nothing wrong, really, in 2023. Now, her last 2, it's gotten a little bit into a second-nightish streak. Last time out, though, I thought the mare that won was the horse to beat. She has backlash, she's talented, she's salty, so she ends up being much the best there over Shelley the Rocket. But 2 starts back, I thought Shelley the Rocket raced really well. Did give it up in the end to Luema, but Luema got a great trip, saved ground, and was kind of closing from off of it and just nabbed this one at the wire. So I do think, looking at the other rivals, she should be tough, especially against this level of competition. But if you're looking at other horses, the 6 Shanghai Kimmy, I think this is a horse that certainly could be used on top because looking at that last race and kind of watching the break, Shanghai Kimmy didn't break well at all and then was rushed up. And sometimes horses aren't able to run like that, right? Obviously, they kind of get pressured and they usually back down in the stretch. But she was gritty, actually had the lead at one point and just got nosed out in the end by Little Fire. Thought it was a huge effort all in all. I think she's gotten better with her starts this season, especially in her last 2. She's come to life, and just looking at her record last year, it's kind of her thing. She comes to life with a little bit of race experience under her belt each season and gets better later in the meet. So I think she's a major player in this spot as well. And then finally from here, wide open, the number 2, Natasha's Business. I don't think she necessarily benefited from that race on Prince of Wales Day in the sense that the track conditions drastically shifted. When we started the racing program, we had a fast main track, and as we know, the rain came down, ended up being muddy at one point, and then downgraded to sloppy, and I think, that's not ideal. Her stablemate was in there, Jungle Goddess, who, yes, she'll have to face again, but Jungle Goddess usually likes the off track, and just the tactics. She broke well, then some horses rushed up, and I just feel like from where she was, she never really got going at that point. So excited to see her back on a fast main track, and I think, as we've seen a couple of times this season, when she's ready to roll, she can be very quick from the gate and very tough to beat. Really nice race here in race number 5, but for me, go to the John Sims trainee, the number 5, Shelley the Rocket on top. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to travel 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Race 5 post parade. Number 1 is Better Be Swift. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 2 is Natasha's Business. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. Happy birthday to trainer Sharon Chicotto. Number 3, Miss P's Bella. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Bruno Schickedanz owns the 4, Fancy Soul. Sofia Vives has the call for trainer Richard Davis. Number 5 is Shelley the Rocket, the rider Jeffrey Alderson. John Sims trains and part owns with Harvey Bussey. Number 6 is Shanghai Kimmy. Leo Salez pilots for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Hey Ho Stables own the 7, Pacenza. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Joe Humber. Completing the post parade, number 8 is Jungle Goddess. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Jim Vatier. 2 minutes to post for race 5. Late pick 4 begins here. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 4 begins here. Race 5 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 favorite is the number 5, Shelley the Rocket. Second choice at 5-2, the number 4, Fancy Soul. 9-2 on the number 6, Shanghai Kimmy. Late pick 4 begins here. $10,000 guaranteed pool. First in will be Better Be Swift and Melanie Pinto. Better Be Swift steps up. Natasha's Business with Alexis Sanchez. Looks like they've already loaded Miss P's Bella. Fancy Soul and Sofia Vivez. Shelley the Rocket at 9-5 under Jeffrey Alderson. Shanghai Kimmy and Leo Salas. Pacenza, Chris Husbands. Last in will be Jungle Goddess and Juan Crawford. They're all in line. Looks like Shelley the Rocket a bit fractious in the gate. And they're off. Jungle Goddess broke well from the far outside. Natasha's Business also showing up with Miss P's Bella. Now here comes Shelley the Rocket between horses. Deep on the course is Pacenza. As they race down the backstretch, Miss P's Bella taking back. Then it's a gap of 2 more to Fancy Soul and Better Be Swift at the back. Down the backstretch they go. It is Jungle Goddess, a half length better than stablemate Natasha's Business, past a quarter in 22 and 1. It's a gap of 2.5 more to Shelley the Rocket, who's on the outside of Miss P's Bella. Fancy Soul in a bit of traffic there, and now Shanghai Kimmy also having to steady badly. That takes back with Better Be Swift gaining ground along the inside. Midway around the turn, it is Jungle Goddess and Natasha's Business still head and head. Natasha's Business shoots up the inside to take a short advantage past the half in 45 and 3. They swing for home. It is Natasha's Business opening up 2 on Jungle Goddess. Shelley the Rocket needs to do better, trying to rally up the inside. That's Miss P's Bella, but as they come down to the wire, 3 in a row for Alexis Sanchez. Natasha's Business, much the best. Natasha's Business going on to a 5-length score. Jungle Goddess second, then Better Be Swift and Miss P's Bella. 1-10 and 1. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Natasha's Business. Second is the 8, Jungle Goddess. Third, number 1, Better Be Swift. And fourth is the 3, Miss P's Bella. Unofficial race 5 order, 2-8-1-3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 2, Natasha's Business. Natasha's Business is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by FedBiz out of Pinchpenny, bred in Kentucky by TC Stable LLC. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, 3 in a row for apprentice Alexis Sanchez. Natasha's Business is trained by Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. That's the 3rd win this season for Natasha's Business, her 4th career victory in 20 starts. She completes the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10-1. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Stewards have launched a general inquiry into the running going into the far turn. General inquiry in progress. Just a clarification on the inquiry. It does not involve any of the top 4 finishers. Inquiry is ongoing, but it does not affect the unofficial top 4 order of finish. No change to the order of finish in race 5. Race 5 will be made official shortly. It's official. Natasha's Business returns 1510, 790, 390. Number 8, Jungle Goddess, 980, 670. Third is the 1, Better Be Swift, 1540 to show. $2 exacta, 2-8, $123.60. The $1 try, 281, $939.55. $1 super, 2813, $8,740.05. $2 double, 6-2, $131.30. $1 pick 3, $161.95. $1 pick 4, $1,499.70. And the $1 early pick 5, $9,644.95. There was a claim out of race 5. The number 5, Shelley the Rocket, claimed by David Mathis, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis. Changes for race 6. We have an overweight on the number 2, Dr. Uptown. The rider will be 3 pounds over at 123. 14 minutes to post.
Race 6 is an excellent starter optional claiming event on the turf at about 1 mile. It's competitive top to bottom, and even though some horses are maybe jumping up in class, I just think these horses are true hard-knocking types that can get the job done at this level. And I'll start things off with the number 5, Jack the Cat, who's sort of like that. He made that one appearance here at Fort Erie against $4,000 claimers, and he needed to find another gear in the stretch, and he did. He was able to get the victory over Dr. Uptown, who will have to face once again. His new connections, actually I should say, claimed him out of that race, then have raced him once since then. Up at Woodbine in a tough spot, and I don't think the trip necessarily worked out for him, but he ended up claiming third in that starter optional claiming event, and now finds himself back at Fort Erie in for the $9,000 tag. And he's got black class. It doesn't matter if it was at New York or in Florida. He's got some really good races under his belt with some big numbers, and I think he can carry himself even on this jump up in class from the last time we saw him. So use him on top in here. I will say, not sure about the blinkers being removed. He's raced with them for a very long time. It was an interesting equipment change, but something just to note. The number 7, Society Joe, is very intriguing. Now, he has a little bit of that good race, bad race syndrome, but in terms of his performances, his one local race, he was simply second best behind Union Colonel. And if you've watched turf racing here at all at Fort Erie, Union Colonel is a beast on this turf course at a variety of distances, is actually 5 for 5 locally on the grass. Now, Society Joe last time out, that race was rained off. He did race onto the main track, though, and was third. I just don't think he necessarily likes the dirt, but they kept him in, kept that other race under his belt. Now we're going to see him again against this level, and he should be just fine knowing how he performed 3 starts back. And finally from here, wide open bunch. I go to the number 1, Dots Vision, who, interesting to see, obviously 2 wins this season, both here at Fort Erie, 1 on the turf, 1 on the dirt. Then he was on the shelf for a while, but he was working out consistently. They decided to put him in that spot at September 23rd up at Woodbine. He never really fired. He backpedaled in the stretch, and I would have liked to honestly see more from him because I know the talent's there, but maybe he needed the race. He could certainly step up getting back here to Fort Erie, where he's 6 for 8 on the grass. And, who knows what happened last time out, but thought it was interesting to see not a lot of, races between a lot of workouts as we saw between June and September. So I use them underneath in here. But for me, the number 5, Jack the Cat, ends up being the top pick. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. It's a starter optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're traveling about 1 mile over the turf course. Race 6 offers win play show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Dots Vision. Sofia Vives rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Number 2 is Dr. Uptown. Chris Husbands the jockey. Josh Robillard trains. Radcliffe Racing Stable the owner. Howard Keene owns and trains the number 3 Half Lit. The rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. Number 4, One Punch Charlie. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Warren LeBlanc. Number 5 is Jack the Cat. Leo Salez rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Paul Alosher owns and trains the number 6 Maito. Kirk Johnson in the saddle. Completing the field, number 7 is Society Joe. Amanda Vandermeersch has the call for owner-trainer Ted Holder. 3 minutes to post for race 6. We're on the turf to kick off the final pick 3 of the day. Starting gate about to take position on the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Race 6 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 favorite is the number 1, Dots Vision. A close second choice at 2-1, the number 5, Jack the Cat. 4-1 on number 2, Dr. Uptown. Set to begin loading. The first in will be Dots Vision and Sofia Vives. Dr. Uptown with Chris Husbands. Half Lit with Mark Lee Buchanan. One Punch Charlie and Brandon Boulanger to gate 4. One Punch Charlie comes up. Jack the Cat now the narrow favorite at 8-5 with Leo Salas co-favored now at 8-5. Maito and Kirk Johnson. Last in will be Society Joe with Amanda Vandermeersch. They're all in line. And they're off. Society Joe broke sharply from the outside. Half Lit also showing speed. Dots Vision tapped up to keep up. Dr. Uptown going to find himself in mid-pack with Jack the Cat racing between him and Maito. The early trailer is going to be One Punch Charlie. Into the opening turn they go. It is Half Lit leading the way. Dots Vision has taken his way to the outside. Racing third, 3 deep is Society Joe. Dr. Uptown saves ground. Jack the Cat between horses. Maito is racing in 6th, and the trailer is still One Punch Charlie. The opening quarter is 23-4. It is Half Lit leading the way, a length and a half better than Dots Vision. Society Joe has been wide throughout. He's racing third. Dr. Uptown saves ground. Jack the Cat also in striking position. It's a gap of 2 more to Maito and still trailing the field. One Punch Charlie has 7 lengths to make up on the leader. The half was 48 seconds flat. Half Lit continues to lead. Dots Vision begins to put on a bit of pressure. Jack the Cat is now racing third as Dr. Uptown begins to lose position. Society Joe still wide. One Punch Charlie tries to make a rally. The new trailer is Maito. Dots Vision has a half-length lead over Half Lit. Jack the Cat ridden along. One Punch Charlie tries to get going from the 3-path, 3/4 in 1-12-1. They swing for home. It's Dots Vision and Sofia Vives. Jack the Cat rallying down the outside. It's these two. Dots Vision up by 1.5, but Jack the Cat is trying down the outside. It's Dots Vision. Jack the Cat. Dots Vision still holding. Dots Vision has the lead. Jack the Cat is putting one last push. It's going to be Dots Vision holding on. Jack the Cat second, then Half Lit and Dr. Uptown, 137-1. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 1, Dots Vision. Second is the 5, Jack the Cat. Third, number 3, Half Lit, and fourth, number 2, Dr. Uptown. Unofficial race 6 order 1532. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 1, Dots Vision. Dots Vision is an 8-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Court Vision out of Miss Dorothy, bred here in Ontario by Gary Wellwood. Ridden to victory today by Sofia Vives, Dots Vision is trained by Tony Adamo for owner Bermuda Blue Farm. In his 60th lifetime start, Dots Vision earns win number 12, his 3rd win in 5 starts this season. Just remarkably consistent over the Fort Erie turf. 7 wins in 9 tries over this turf course. He completes the about 1 mile distance today in a time of 1:37.1. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. It is official. Prices are up. Dots Vision, $6.40, $3, $2.60. Number 5, Jack the Cat, second, $2.50, $2.20. Third, number 3, Half Lit, $3.40. $2 exacta, $1.05, $12.10. The $1 try, $1.53. $44 even. $1 super, $1.532, $76.40. The $2 double, $2.1, $51.40. $1 pick 3, $170.35. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Changes for race 7, vet scratch the number 1, Jara. Overweight on the number 2, Sneaky Rebel, 3 pounds over at 123. 16 minutes to post.
Race number 7 is an $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, set to go 3/4 of a mile here on the main track. And there is a big scratch of the number 1 Jara, which I think from a pace perspective certainly makes things easier on the number 4 Can't Beat the Cats. And she just had a lot of talent as well. So speaking of Can't Beat the Cats, I liked her on top regardless. I think now she benefits from that scratch, and she's been a really fun filly to watch at the meet. You look at her getting her second career win, then they jumped her up to the long run after Kara Stakes. She ended up running a really nice second in there with a 70 by her speed figure, came back against allowance competition, gets that third lifetime win, and I actually loved her performance last time out. She was on the lead in the stretch in the Horse People's Luminary Cup and got passed in that final 16th by 2 of her rivals. Gimbala somehow found another gear and re-rallied to claim second, but Sheba Town was able to sneak up in the inside and pick up another win here at Fort Erie. That's 3 wins on the main track. I just think, look at the level of competition that she's faced. She's been against really nice horses and does look extremely tough on paper. Now, her main threat is more towards the outside, the number 6 Cozy Valentine, who will make her first start for her new connections, which might look a little familiar. She's going to look to keep that win streak alive as well, trying to extend it to 3 consecutive starts. Looking at her wins, it's interesting. She's fun to watch because she still fires big races even when she breaks poorly, and that was the case 2 starts back when she got that win against Starter Optional Claiming competition. More recently, she's a bit better out of the gate. Needed every bit of ground, though, coming from that 6.5 effort to 6 furlongs, but still got the job done by a neck. Kirk Johnson's been aboard, has ridden her really well here locally at Fort Erie, and retains the mount for these new connections. I use her in the second spot, and then from here, it's a little wide open. Josh Robillard sends out the number 5, More Savvy, who is going to take a little bit of a step up. I know that race 2 starts back, she didn't handle Starter Optional Claiming competition too well, but it was a turf race. Her other try against tough competition, she was second behind Cozy Valentine. She's another one with some wins since those races. She actually won last time out at the $7,000 level up at Woodbine. And she's one that I think could be part of the pace perspective. Not sure she's necessarily quicker than the number 4, Can't Beat the Cats, but More Savvy does like to be forwardly placed. So a really nice race here in race number 7. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a claiming event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to travel 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade, scratch the 1. Number 2 is Sneaky Rebel. Michael David rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 3 is Fresh Dreams. Mark Lee Buchanan in the saddle for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Fortunato Galati. Bruno Schickedans owns the 4, Can't Beat the Cats. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis. We'll come back to the 5. Number 6 is Cozy Valentine. Kirk Johnson rides, Sandy McPherson trains, LD McPherson owns. Devin Gittins owns and trains the number 7, Someone Else. The rider is Juan Crawford. On screen now, the number 5, More Savvy. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. 1 minute to post for race 7, late double wagering offered here. Starting gate moving into position, not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Late double wagering offered here. Race 7 field heading up to the gate. It is now post time. 6 to 5 choice is the number 4, Can't Beat the Cats, on the heels of a good third place effort in the Horse People's Luminary Cup. 2 to 1 second choice is the 6, Cozy Valentine. 4 to 1 on the number 5, More Savvy. First to load is Sneaky Rebel with Michael David. The Grey Mare, Fresh Dreams with Mark Lee Buchanan up next. Six to 5 favorite Can't Beat the Cats with Melanie Pinto. More Savvy and Chris Husbands. Cozy Valentine and Kirk Johnson. Last up will be the Assiniboia Invader, Someone Else, with Juan Crawford. All in line. And they're off. It's a good break. Someone Else sharp from the outside with Can't Beat the Cats in the center. Fresh Dreams also showing some speed with Sneaky Rebel along the rail. Wide on the course is Cozy Valentine, and the early trailer is going to be More Savvy. Can't Beat the Cats has glided out to the lead, but Sneaky Rebel is trying to come up the rail to put the pressure on. Someone Else is racing in third. It's a stack of 3 more, Cozy Valentine wide, More Savvy between them, and Fresh Dreams along the rail. 22 and 1 for the opening quarter. It is Can't Beat the Cats at 3 to 5, cruising comfortably. She's opened up 1.5 on Someone Else. More Savvy is sharing third with Sneaky Rebel. Cozy Valentine towards the back, and the new trailer is Fresh Dreams. Midway around the turn, they've got to catch Can't Beat the Cats. She's up by 3. Someone Else is racing in second. Sneaky Rebel in traffic in third, angling out with More Savvy. Cozy Valentine, not today. Fresh Dreams at the back. At the head of the lane, it is Can't Beat the Cats. She's opened up 6. Can't Beat the Cats going on to a powerful victory here in the final furlong. There's no catching her. It is Can't Beat the Cats just getting away from them under Melanie Pinto. The battle's for the minors. Fresh Dreams making a rally with Someone Else, but it is all Can't Beat the Cats. Can't Beat the Cats, Fresh Dreams, and Someone Else. A photo for fourth between More Savvy and Cozy Valentine. 1, 10, and 3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 4, Can't Beat the Cats. Second is the 3, Fresh Dreams. Third, number 7, Someone Else. It's a photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. In the fourth place photo, it's the number 6, Cozy Valentine. Unofficial race 7 order, 4-3-7-6. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 4, Can't Beat the Cats. Can't Beat the Cats is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Cat's My Song out of Bet You I Win. That's a homebred in Florida for Bruno Chickadans. Melanie Pinto guided this daughter of Cat's My Song to an easy gate-to-wire score. Can't Beat the Cats is trained by Julie Mathis. That's the 4th lifetime win for Can't Beat the Cats in 12 starts, 3rd of 2023. She completed the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10:3. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. It's official. Can't Beat the Cats returns 340, 260, 240. Long Shot Fresh Dream second, 1020 to place, 680 to show. Third is the 7, Someone Else, 630. $2 exacta 4-3, 51.90. The $1 try 437. $175.35. The $1 super 4376, $419.15. $2 double 1-4, $12 even, and the $1 pick 3 45.40. On screen now, the 4th place photo for race 7. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in race 8. The carryover is $1,968.87. Changes for race 8. Overweight on the number 2 hasn't hit me yet, 1 pound over at 123. A rider change on the number 4, Crumlin Bird, make the rider Sofia Vives, correct the weight to 115 pounds. Stewart scratch the number 7, Jill. 17 minutes to post.
we wrap up a great day of racing here in Fort Erie with a nice starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares at about 5 furlongs on the turf course. A really nice big field as well. Now, there is a scratch in here of the number 7 Jill, who was initially my top pick. An interesting horse to see in the entry box at Fort Erie, but not going to make it to the races today. And in terms of rearranging my picks, I go with my second choice now on top, the number 8 Snell Flicka, who I'm intrigued by. This is a 7-year-old mare who the last couple of seasons she disappointed, but in the past had really good form. And Mike Blake has done a tremendous job with her. She's a 3-time winner in 2023 from 7 starts. And really her only poor race was her first race off the long layoff, which she likely needed. And I thought it was interesting to see her on the turf last time out, as she's been able to show so much speed on the dirt. She didn't make the lead in that turf race back on September 19th, but I think all in all in the stretch, she raced very nicely to finish third, beaten by just a neck. And it was against starter optional claiming competition. She was stepping up once again, so I'm excited to see her back on the grass. She is going to have to face the top 2 finishers out of that race, but I think the price will be right on this mare. And speaking of that race, the winner was the number 9 Brienne of Tarth, who she's a fun filly to watch. She's gotten herself into some trouble, I'll admit that, especially in her earlier races this season, but as of late, she's been very strong. She's won 3 of her last 4. She was able to break her maiden up at Woodbine at that 5-ace distance, then came back in 2 7-ace races, which included a win and a 3rd place finish against the boys. And not only did she tackle male rivals, look at those names, Nicolau and Wilberforce, who ended up being the top 2 finishers in this year's edition of the Puss in Boots Cup. And more recently, she won again at the 5-ace distance and kind of stamped herself that she doesn't necessarily need to go 2 turns here locally. And I thought it was a big effort that if she gets a little bit of pace set up, which she certainly could in this spot, she has a live shot. And from here, wide open race, maybe a couple of horses to look at. I go to the number 4, Crumlin Bird, who has just been sensational in those last 2. Was able to pick up that win while in for 62.50 at the 5-ace distance. 2 starts back, got up just in time over Freret. And more recently, yes, the connections dropped her in for 4,000, but it's late in the season. You're looking for turf spots. They stretched her out to 7-ace. And I didn't expect to see her on the lead, but she was on the lead and ended up drawing clear of the field by over 7 lengths. Made it look like a walk in the park, and now she'll make her first start for her new connections for trainer Mark Fortier, and loves it here at Fort Erie. When she's good, she's great. She finds herself in the winner's circle, and other than that, there are other races she just hasn't been anywhere near, but her recent form, it really seems like this turf course suits her well, so I do use her underneath here in the nightcap. But that's going to complete our card here at Fort Erie. Don't forget, tomorrow, come back for another 8-race program for the rest of October. We have that 1 p.m. post, and looks like tomorrow will be another beautiful day at the races. Good luck here in the nightcap, and good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th race. Race 8 is a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $10,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're going to sprint about 5 furlongs over the turf course. Race 8 offers a win place show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover is over $1,900. Race 8 Post Parade, number 1 is Green Gables. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Krista Klemmer. Desmond Maynard owns and trains the number 2, Hasn't Hit Me Yet. The rider is Chris Husbands. We'll come back to the 3. Number 4 is Crumlin Bird. Sophia Vives picks up the mount for trainer Mark Fournier and owners Tanya Orth and Guy Blair. Howard Keane owns and trains the number 5, Frerit. The rider is Mark Lee Buchanan. Number 6 is Sparkle Sammy. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner JMR Racing Incorporated. Scratch the 7. Number 8 is Snell Flicka. Brandon Boulanger pilots for trainer Mike Blake and owner Passai Peach Stables. Number 9 is Brienne of Tarth. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 10 is Musical Ride. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadance. And now on track, the number 3 is Forest B. Jeffrey Alderson rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in the 8th. We're on the turf for the nightcap. Field is making their way onto the turf course before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. Race 8 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 8 to 5 choices, the number 4, Crumlin Bird off the claim. 3 to 1 on the number 10, Musical Ride. 5 to 1 on the number 9, Brian of Tarth. Field of 9 to close out the card. First up is Green Gables with Emil Ram Sammy. Hasn't Hit Me Yet with Chris Husbands. Probably shouldn't be 35 to 1. Forrest B and Jeffrey Alderson. Crumlin Bird now bet down to 3 to 2 with Sofia Vives. Looking for a double on the card. Freret off the claim with Markley Buchanan. Sparkle Sammy and Kirk Johnson, gate 6. Snell Flicka with Brandon Boulanger. Brienne of Tarth and Juan Crawford, who's been in fine form this season. Last up will be Musical Ride and Melanie Pinto. All in line. And they're off. Musical Ride out sharply from the far outside. Freret from the middle. Also showing up is Green Gables, and now Forrest B splitting horses looking for the lead. Snell Flicka is in the pack, hasn't hit me yet, taking back a little bit. Then it's a gap of 3 to Sparkle Sammy, Crumlin Bird, and Brian of Tarth is last and widest. Forrest B is rushed out to a 2-length lead over Green Gables, who's second. Musical Ride third on the outside after the sharp beginning. Hasn't Hit Me Yet races in fourth, a length better than Freret and Snell Flicka. Then we have Sparkle Sammy saving ground. Brian of Tarth is now past Crumlin Bird. 22 flat for the quarter, less than a quarter of a mile to go. It is Forrest B leading the way into the stretch. Green Gables is angled off the rail to launch her bed. Hasn't Hit Me Yet, also has some run. It is now Green Gables taking the lead from Forrest B. Hasn't Hit Me Yet down the outside. Sparkle Sammy with a lot of run from the back. And here comes Freret. 5 with a chance. It's Green Gables with the lead. Sparkle Sammy flying. Freret. Crumlin Bird from the back. Who's it going to be? Freret on top. It's Freret. It's a photo for place between Sparkle Sammy, Crumlin Bird, and Green Gables. Fifth was Hasn't Hit Me Yet, 58 and 4. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 5, Freret. It's a photo for the Miners. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 4, Crumlin Bird. Third is the 6, Sparkle Sammy. Fourth, number 1, Green Gables. Unofficial race 8 order, 5461. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of tonight's 8th race, number 5, Frerit. Frerit is a 6-year-old bay mare by Senior Swinger out of Adelaide's Mink, bred in Florida by Michael Lorado. Ridden to victory today by Mark Lee Buchanan, Frerit goes off the claim for owner-trainer Howard Keene. That's the 5th lifetime win for Frerit, her 2nd of the 2023 campaign. She completed the about 5 furlongs in a time of 58 and 4. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Frerit returns $14.80, $6, $3.90. Second, number 4, Crumlin Bird, $2.70, $2.70. Third, number 6, Sparkle Sammy, $5.50. The $2 exacta, $5.4, $36.40. The $1 try, $5.46. $113.70. $1 super, $5.461. $692.25. 20-cent jackpot high five, $5.4612. $380.10 to carry over into tomorrow's card is $3,375.25. $2 double, 4-5, $39.40. The $1 pick 3, $50.70. $1 late pick 4, $435.50. The $1 late pick 5, $2,339.55. On screen now, the place photo for race 8. Jackpot high five carryover. Tomorrow's card will be $3,375.27. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on at the track, live streaming of the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will be back tomorrow at Fort Erie Racetrack, first post 1 p.m. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern is taking place on Monday, October 9th at 1 o'clock. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track. Fan Appreciation Day is taking place on Tuesday, October 17th at 1 o'clock. We're going to have prize draws, free programs, and much more to celebrate the final day of the 2023 season. The Homestretch Bar and Tiki Barbecue are closed for the rest of the season. They will be reopened for Track-O-Lantern Day. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. That concludes the Monday action here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us today. Another strong day of wagering support here at the Fort. We really appreciate all of our fans and horse players for making this possible. We will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Everybody have a wonderful Monday night. We will see you tomorrow.